sitting on them. Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And whilst we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment open to everyone, regardless of their past, how they're feeling, their nationality, ethnicity, background. However you are, I hope you find yourself welcome, comforted, and accepted here. Namaste, Sky Guardian. And I trust that all my viewers who are coming in the live, although certainly has no shortage of problems, challenges, and opportunities in their life at this time, may they all be feeling as well as they can, regardless of what may be happening. And even if you're not feeling 100%, that's okay too. There's certainly no wrong way to be human. And thank you, Jared, for blessing us so early on with a heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, 31 planes of existence. You all are very early thus far, which means that I get to pick your brain, because today I have a question for God. Why was the universe created? Now, given that you are all his representatives, or at least the closest thing I can get my hands on to a representative of the source of existence, why do you think the universe was created? How would you like to interpret it? You are certainly open to receiving this question in any way that tickles your fancy. And that is a very honest and authentic question, Jarrett. If you have some time, perhaps we can dedicate a moment to talking about that during the Q&A portion. But if you're more time sensitive, then I don't mind discussing it now. Such a biggie, says 31 planes of existence. It is a big question, isn't it? You would say to grow consciousness. I like that answer, and it's very simple and profound. I agree. There seems to be something important about consciousness as arising in this universe. And you have time? Oh, good. Glad to hear it, Jared. Diana, you share that it's a way to learn lessons through endless perspectives. Now that is a wonderful interpretation. I definitely see the truth in that, and it seems very meaningful indeed, all of the lessons that we each go through in our unique pathway of life. Sky Guardian, you share that from what you know, infinite karmas yet to be unfructified. That's a good word. Unfructified. Very Vedantic. Thank you, Pantagor, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Helping humans, you ask a good question, challenging the premise. Do we know if the universe was created? An excellent question. And of course, there are many ways to apply meaning to the sentiment of creation. Some may be more literal than others, but if abstractly speaking, there was some kind of generation, provocation of existence to come into being, then what would be the cause? What would it be for? If there is one. Which I must admit is a big assumption in and of itself. Veneer Yogi, you share that it was created for you to exist. You know, from a layman's perspective, it's a funny answer. From a higher perspective, it's a very profound answer. And from an even higher perspective, it's both profound and funny. In my opinion, at least. Kathy, you ask, is it weird that I'm an atheist and still watch you? LOL. Not at all, my dear. All experiences are valid. Kalki Ji, you share Vedic perspective that Sri Vishnu, the preserver, maintainer, all-pervader, dreams upon the ocean of milk, and the reality which we experience comes from his pores. How mystical is that answer? Thank you, Kalki Ji. And thank you for your reminder, Sky Guardian. I shall. Sky Guardian has, by the way, offered to clip all of the readings that we do during these live streams. And so he's been sending them to me so I can upload to a dedicated playlist on the Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, in case you're just interested in listening to the readings, which is very nice, and the chantings as well. Chris Owens, you share, all is mind, and the universe is mental. Very Advaitic, that's for sure. V, you share that you think the universe recycles itself. The force of the big crunch causes the big bang. I like that cyclical idea indeed. Vanessa, you share that it's created for confirmation of God's existence. I love that. Yeah, a kind of acknowledgement of the source. It's a cherry blossom tree, says Sam. It's very visual and poetic. I like that. Just to see what happens, says Alfie. And I love that open-endedness. Maybe we are discovering the reason as it is ongoing. Kyoto no, you share, you don't really know. And you know, I don't either. And that's okay. And Jarrett, you share that we are each our own universe. If it's truly infinite, we are always the center of our own universe. I like this. Many of these answers revolve around us, which, of course, we are biased. We experience the universe through our own perspective, and we can never escape that. However, However, it does seem important that we're here. Not just because we feel that we're important. We feel like consciousness is important. And thank you, Vanessa, for your hand hearts too. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, Ragnhildur. Sarah, you share. I have absolutely zero idea why the universe was created. And you know, that's an amazing answer in and of itself, because it shows that here we are with the universe, and it's still a mystery, even though we are a part of that very mystery. You'd think we'd have a little leverage over our own nature in understanding. But I'm going to minimize the question there for now. So I thank you all for exploring it with me. And thank you, K Little Star, for your 20 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Okay. Now after my question of the day, which I thank you all for exploring with me once more, let us read from another section of Roar of the Ganges, which is a book that takes place in India not too many decades ago. Its protagonist, the author, Swami Tadatmanandaji, then known as Mark, has gone to Rishikesh, a city in northern India on the banks of the Ganges, very famous and spiritually revered river, also known in Sanskrit as the Ganga. He has gone to become a Swami, taking a vow of sannyas is like monkhood, and so he is dedicating his life, although a former American computer engineer, to the ultimate spiritual quest. Yesterday, we were reading about the nature of the Vedas, which are ancient texts. At first, they were merely an oral tradition for thousands of years. And then finally, according to their own words, when the human mind was no longer capable of memorizing such texts, they had to start writing it down. About 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Because they wrote on very fragile palm leaves, many of those leaves don't survive today. So the most recent copy, well, the most recent oldest copy of the Vedas aren't that long ago, still before the Bible for our Western way of understanding ancient history. Nonetheless, they are humanity's oldest scriptures on philosophy, spirituality, science. I sat in the back of the room during Swami Prakash's chanting class. My mind wandered, drifting from thoughts of children taught in ancient gurukulas to the religious instruction I had received as a boy growing up in the Roman Catholic Church. I have always cherished Christianity's uplifting message of God's love for us. Even today, I sometimes visit a nearby Catholic monastery to join the monks in prayer. But when I recall the religious education I received as a boy, I am saddened because my experience was neither pleasant or helpful. I had attended a Catholic primary school, St. Margaret Mary, where we were taught by nuns shrouded in bulky black habits. When I was in first grade, I thought the younger nuns were like angels, pretty and ethereal as they floated from one classroom to the next. The older nuns, on the other hand, frightened me sometimes. Their huge dark figures vaguely resembled witches as they stalked down the corridors. Our school days were punctuated by religious activities. We recited prayers before classes, lunch, and recess. 3 times a week, we stood in ruler straight lines and marched in absolute silence to the cavernous church next to the school building. It was in that church that I had my first spiritual experiences. Sometimes, when light streamed in through the towering stained glass windows, and the thundering notes of the organ's largest pipes shook the floor, my face became wet with tears. I felt God's presence, or I thought I did. I didn't understand what was happening, but I was filled with awe, a mysterious and somewhat frightening experience for an 8-year-old boy. And hello, Sean. In this environment that I studied in for 8 years, in addition to the usual academic subjects, our daily schedule included a religion class in which we were taught the basics of the Catholic faith. We were made to memorize a catechism that defined for us in simple and unambiguous terms what we were supposed to believe. Who made the world? God made the world. Who is God? God is the creator of heaven and the earth and all things. What is man? Man is a creature composed of a body and soul and made in the image and likeness of God. Why did God make you? God made me to know Him, to love Him, and to serve Him in this world, and to be happy with Him forever in the next. What is hell? Hell is a state to which the wicked are condemned, and in which they are deprived of the sight of God for all eternity, and are in dreadful torments. What is purgatory? Purgatory is a state in which those who die, guilty of venial sins, suffer for a time until they have satisfied the punishment due to their sins. What is heaven? Heaven is the state of everlasting life in which we see God face to face and are made like Him in glory and enjoy eternal happiness, etc. Each day we had to recite the assigned passages from memory. Anyone faltering received a stinging whack with a ruler on the back of his or her hand, a punishment designed to humiliate the youthful sinner in front of the entire class. I remember learning that only Christians could go to heaven. All others were doomed to hell. Not only heathens and idol worshippers, but our Jewish friends as well. This seemed unfair to me. I thought that God, being great and all-powerful, would only be more compassionate. I didn't understand how God could be unfair. One day, I raised my skinny arm and shook my hand until Sister Eusebius called on me. Yes, Mark? What is it? Sister Eusebius, what about kids growing up in places like India? Maybe they don't ever get a chance to learn about Jesus. It's not their fault that they're not Christian. Will they have to go to hell anyway? Sister Eusebius frowned. Many missionaries have gone to India to spread God's holy word to the poor heathens. All of you should pray that God blesses our brave missionaries so they can save those miserable people from hell. But sister, I broke in, what about those who haven't heard the missionaries? It's not their fault if the missionaries don't come to their town. Do they still go to hell? Her frown turned into a menacing scowl. That is not your concern, Mark. You had better worry about your own soul. We are studying the infallible teachings of the Church. Would you dare question what the Pope himself tells us? Don't ask questions. You should have faith in the Church and what it teaches us. You had better pray to be forgiven for your lack of faith. The next time you go to confession, remember to tell Father that you have sinned by questioning what the Church teaches. In retrospect, I feel we did not receive proper religious instruction in those classes. What we received was indoctrination. Church leaders of that time apparently felt it important to instill proper beliefs in children so they would grow up to become good Catholics. I'm sure that they were well-intentioned, but their methods were draconian. I have been assured that the Catholic Church's religious education has improved greatly since that time. Now, it is not my intention here to malign the Church. I want to only call to attention to a problem with its religious education. In my case, as my young mind matured and grew in its ability to reason, I found myself assailed by a growing number of doubts. Doubts not addressed by my religion teachers. I was unable to accept the Church's doctrines purely as a matter of faith. I wanted to understand. I needed to know how and why these beliefs were true. I felt deprived of the opportunity to understand my own religion. Many unanswered questions gradually undermined my faith and eventually led me to reject everything: Church, Jesus, Christianity, even God. I stopped attending church as soon as my parents quit forcing me to go to each Sunday. By the time I was only 12 years old, I had become totally alienated from all spiritual or religious aspects of life. The indoctrination that was intended to bind me to the Church proved to be the very factor that drove me away. Yet, there was another loss, far greater than my departure from the Church. I developed an aversion towards religion in general. I became allergic to churches, prayer, and thinking about God. I resented having been ordered to set my reason aside, to question nothing, to simply believe. I would never surrender my intellect again. I developed a critical, skeptical attitude towards religion. Perhaps it was my skepticism that led me to abandon so many spiritual paths that I had experimented with years later. When I now reflect on those boyhood experiences, I see a startling irony. God created us with minds that can reason and doubt. It is natural to have questions. Then why should any religious or spiritual teaching condemn asking questions? If God gave us the power of reasoning, why should we be asked to abandon it? And if God has endowed each of us with an intellect, wouldn't He want us to use it to know Him better? It also seems ironic that, in spite of my bad experience with religious education, I eventually came to a spiritual tradition that emphasizes scriptural learning. One might suppose those catechism classes to have permanently dissuaded me from religious or spiritual study, but when I encountered the tradition of Vedantic teaching, I found a radically different approach. Expressing doubts and asking questions were encouraged. Opposing points of view were thoroughly addressed. In fact, the whole teaching style is based on teacher-student dialogue. The student raises questions, and the teacher answers. Perhaps one reason I was drawn to Vedanta is that it invites us to use our powers of thinking instead of demanding blind faith. It calls upon us to understand. It is composed not of creeds and doctrines, but of teachings meant to lead one to deeper understanding. For me, an orientation emphasizing knowledge rather than belief was crucial and remains so. So let us pause our reading there. And just to add to what Mark was sharing about questions being encouraged, even debate. In Sanskrit, the word is manana, and it is the second level of understanding in Vedanta. The first is shravana, to simply hear. But it doesn't stop there. One may hear something, but still not understand it. And so debate, which is what manana literally translates to, is required for understanding. But even intellectual understanding does not constitute realization. So one moves from debate eventually to nididhyasana, which is supplementary practices one can do to actually raise this in one's own experience directly. Now, thank you all for listening with me as we read through that wonderful section, in my opinion. And I'm happy that you related to that story. Woo woo. And I agree to that sentiment, Kelsey. The Bible can be so cool when interpreted correctly, but it has been remixed. I like your word choice of remixed. It's a good verb. Now, Jared, you had a question I said I'd attend to. But just before I do that, allow me to extend my gratitude to those who sent a gift whilst I read, such as yourself, Jared, for your hat and mustache, a rose and flowers. Radhe, Radhe. And Jai Beam, welcome back. Thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Natasha, for your pair of hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Samantha, thank you for your rose and heart me. Jai Sitaram. Thank you for your rose, Gina. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Drea, for your heart me. Okay, Jared, you shared. Let me go back to the beginning. How do I rebuild a relationship with someone you share kids with when they want nothing to do with you? That's tough. Very tough indeed. And it requires perhaps infinite patience. Patience that we have to surrender to itself as not even something we have the will to uphold. So perhaps a little prayer is going to be your best friend in getting that divinely ordained patience to see things through. Of course, when your love is pure, it always goes to the destination that you have guaranteed it to get to. There's nothing you wouldn't do for that love to be received, and I am sure that it will, all in due time. Just some patience is very much required. We can never force our love, sometimes doing so only pushes them away and decreases our ability for our love to be received, as I'm sure all of us are so painfully aware. It really does require a lot of trust to be able to have love available when it is asked for, when it is going to be received. Sometimes we think in terms of black and white, that either I am giving love or I'm going to take it away. But there's a third option, which is to have that love there whenever it is able to be received, but not push our hand in trying to give it. And when you are like that, it is only a matter of time before they come to you, ready to receive your love, which you are just preparing, holding space for. Best wishes and blessings to you, in whatever capacity I have to do so. Thank you, MJ, for your fortnight's worth of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you for the reminder, Sky Guardian. Thank you, John F., for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, mundane human things, for your popcorn, ginger man, whipped coffee, another popcorn, and a heart meat. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mundane human things, you had asked, what's tomorrow's topic? Well, tomorrow will be Solar Plexus Chakra Tuesday, so I'm sure it will be revolving around individuality, personality. And thank you, Grace, for your tiny a moment ago. Yippee! Gills, you had asked how to move from fear to love. Oh, that takes a lot of bravery. In fact, by loving, we may very much still feel that fear. So, it's not a choice one makes to feel love rather than fear, because even in love, there are still so many unanswered questions, so many ways for pain to arise. The difference is that we make decisions based on the love rather than the fear. So instead of trying to eliminate the fear and cultivate love, recognize both to be present with you always. On one hand, here are your fears, and on another, here are all the ways you can love. Let your intellect be guided by the ways you can love. This doesn't guarantee that you will never be afraid, but it does signal to this whole system that the thoughts that are based on love, get me more of those, because clearly the buddhi is engaging with those, the faculty of discrimination. Thank you, Verame, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Gills, for your heart me too. Jai Sitaram. And Ron, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Seskali, thank you for your subscription. I am happy to have you here always, and elated to be in your service. Do let me know any way in which I can increase my ability to be more humble, more compassionate, patient, and I hope you enjoy the little sticker pack that comes with it. Hari Om Tat Sat. Tiffany, you ask, how do you release the animosity you have towards a parent who caused you emotional trauma? And I like what Julian said in reply to you. Maybe I can expand on that. By loving and understanding them is certainly one technique, a very difficult one at that, and a very powerful one if we can find a way to do so. This comes from understanding that pain we receive is almost always not personal. It doesn't validate why they have given you this pain, because that suffering is always going to be real. But we can come to understand that the pain you received is not because you were a mistake, not because there's anything wrong with you and that you were deserving of it, not at all. They have their own insecurities and their own traumas, which they merely passed on. And again, for extra clarity, that doesn't make up for what happened to you. But it can give you some leverage over the trauma to see them as human again. Further than that, we can also acknowledge what ways we have actually grown as people from what we've experienced. And it sounds very strange if you've never thought about it like that before. How can we use trauma as a way to grow? Well, many ways actually. For one, we can use that to relate with other people. There is a term, trauma bonding, and it's some of the most healing time for both you and the other person when you can both relate in something you've experienced. Although in different lives, the feelings may be very similar. Some people use that to become very powerfully gifted counselors, and other psychologists, therapists, psychoanalysts, psychiatrists, and other researchers. The humanitarian urge that has been instilled in you because of your lived experience can benefit those who you relate to in their experience. And many people learn a lot about the extent of their own boundaries and limits, as well as their parents and guardians and what your needs are. All these things can be viewed as a positive from the perspective of how you've grown through all these challenges. So although we may not ever wish suffering upon anyone, we can be grateful for the ways in which we have utilized the opportunity to develop parts of our heart, our mind, our personality, and our experience from them. you, strungbystacy.com, for your heartbeat. Radhe, Radhe. Aquarius lady, you mentioned something, that your best friend who did exotic animal shows with you died suddenly today. They brought him back 3 times today, and he gave up. Now that's a powerful experience, and I thank you for sharing that with me. You just never know, hey? The preciousness of life is so real. I'm sorry that you had to go through that today, given how sensitive you are to life and all the exotic animals both of you cared for. I'm sure you know firsthand how much fight there is in every creature to stay alive. And when that fight is not won, it can be devastating. I hope that you take some time to honor them by giving yourself some space to process. Make sure you take care of yourself and be in service to those who also may be affected. It's the most you could do. And in that service, I am sure their energy is being honored. Their consciousness must have been called to another part of the universe where they were needed. And they took that call, maybe with a little resistance. But they are now on their way to a new form for their energy to be capable of bigger and beautiful things. Thank you, Pat, for your dozen roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Gina, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Hello, Masa. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, Linda. And thank you, Esther, for your rose. Oriom Tat Sat. Lena, thank you for your trio of roses. And Tiny Tiny. Yippee! God is love. Thank you for your donut. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Derek, for your little duck. Radhe, Radhe. And BLXY, thank you for your heartbeat. Jai Sita Ram. And Thank you, Jared, for your beautiful paper crane. Mundane human things, you had asked how to control the sudden urge to create chaos when things are too peaceful. Genuinely. Perhaps you feel like peace is stagnating, that you need a little rough and tumble in order to really grow, expand your horizons. And that's definitely true in part. Without the times where there's chaos, there is no new input of experience. But if it was always like that, then we'd never have the time to process that experience. So the peaceful times, they are given to us as an allowance of time so that we may process what we have gone through when it were more chaotic. And in that case, they are very productive because there is still chaos in our subconscious that is being sorted out, processed. Take a look at your dreams and you'll see there's so much movement going on, even during peaceful times. Many different themes at odds with each other, still conflicted, transferring information. There's a lot of work going on in the subconscious during peaceful times. Most of us have accumulated enough experience. When it comes to attaining wisdom, most people have enough knowledge. They just have yet to process it. I'm sure by now we've all read dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands of books, watched dozens, hundreds, thousands, probably tens of thousands of videos. With the internet, especially, we have so much information, not just at our disposal, but already in our subconscious. We need to take that time to really process it through journaling, meditation, keeping track of your dreams, depriving your senses of too much stimulation, being bored, appreciating darkness, silence. So do see the peaceful times as productive as well. And thank you, Cat Burglar, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Official Sunshine Love, for all your bountiful sunshine. Jarrett, you share that sometimes you think you have too much and need to forget most of it before you can begin to know. Fortunately, the human mind is really good at storing information in a condensed way, like zip files, these compressed archives. They use various algorithms to take a data source and compress it. But the data source on its own is only useful for storing. Once you want to actually use a zip file, you have to unzip it again, decompress the files. This is certainly the nature with spiritual truths as well. They have been compressed in the form of just sayings like Zen koans, Bible verses, or Vedic mantras. It's a compressed version of truth. We have to decompress them, expand upon them to really use their contents. So too, when our storage space is getting too high, maybe we can take a look at various themes throughout our life and with inductive reasoning, compress them into little parcels of truth so we can free up some more space for new experiences. Indeed. And thank you, mundane human things, for your marvelous confetti. Radhe, Radhe. And you ask, what can we do when we don't have any more motivation? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. The pressure to always be is one of the things we're doing that takes us away from being. True motivation is often spontaneous, like when you're showering. Suddenly it comes. There's nothing you do in order to get it. In fact, it's more like a clearing out of our mind that allows new ideas to come. So it's the absence of a doing rather than something that can be done. Thank you, Audrey D, for your 10 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Dob Darker, thank you for your heart, me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Om, thank you for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Julian, you ask, how can you combat the fear of dying alone? We are never truly alone. We all dream. And when we're dreaming, we're technically alone. At least scientifically, it's all just happening in our mind, not anyone else's. Yet the experience is still very real. The relationships we have with people still unfold. There's that joke of the wife wakes up in bed and slaps her husband who's sleeping. He wakes up, What happened? I'm mad at you, she says. Why? I was sleeping. Because you cheated on me. In my dream. Now he's mad. The feelings are still real. The imprint that was left on the subconscious is a genuine expression of them. And that matters to us. So too, even in the worst case scenario, that you have lost faith in any kind of afterlife or higher power, even then, with science alone you can be affirmed. The impressions everyone has made on your life still lives on as a part of you. And they can never leave you. since you have a piece of them, always. And thank you, Pixie Candy, for your 18 finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. I'm glad you like my hair, Simon. You share that you ordered yam in my honor. My brethren. Yamuel. How could you? Thank you, John F., for your tiny. Yippee! Now changing topics. Gregor, you share that I live so far north of you. Is it cold up there? Well, I happen to be in the warmest part of Canada, funny enough. It's technically a subtropic biome. Now, of course, relative to many other parts in the world, it's still fairly cold. But I could go out in a short pair of shorts and a t-shirt, no problem. Our summers can go up to high 30s Celsius. I don't know what that is in freedom units. But I like to challenge myself when it's a particularly coldy day. Coldy, that's a new word. When it's a particularly chilly, cold day, I like to wear the minimum that I can so that I'm still a little cold, but within my comfort zone or on the border of it. I like to challenge myself by going in the sun when it's really, really hot, or going outside when it's cold, just expanding my threshold for comfortability. Otherwise, we imprison ourselves with comforts, and then when the slightest discomfort comes, we're upset. Thank you, John F., for your friendship necklace, too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Dazzy G, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Gregor, you share that you also sit in the cold for long amounts of time for a challenge, but you don't like it one bit. No, of course not. If we only did the things we liked, well, we wouldn't do many things, would we? And thank you, Audrey D, for your 15 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lena, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Sir Simon says you share that you challenge yourself in sitting and listening to your neighbor. It's good that you listen, even if that patience can be a test. Every time we engage in patience, we gain experience points in it. Thank you, Lena, for another rose too. And Michelle, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Yes, I can lower the music a little bit for you, Jensing. I'll turn it down a good 15 points. Good evening, Claybeard. Sam, you ask, How do you identify yourself when your ego is dissolved? Well, when your ego is dissolved, there is no you to identify yourself. Now, this sometimes does happen. There have been cases where people have been meditating for so long that they lose awareness of their body, and the bugs start eating at them, like in the case of Sri Ramana Maharshi. There was a little corner of a temple which was dark, and almost no one ever went in. And that was the perfect place for him to meditate. So he snuck down there and started meditating. And weeks went by. He didn't move. And people started to notice a foul smell coming from the temple. They couldn't understand. They're always washing the floor. It's not like any food went moldy. They thought they better check that one part of the temple that no one ever checks. So they went in and they thought, oh my God, a yogi has left his body here without giving warning. Now we have to dispose of it. But no, his body was still very much alive. It was just not in good condition, shall we say. So they had to talk him back down into basically having an ego. Like, hey, I get it, you're blissed out in samadhi, one with Brahman, but your body's still here in the world, and other conscious beings have to deal with it. Could you please just spare a little bit of your awareness to having this body, taking care of it? So he agreed. And they built an ashram to contain him from wandering off. So they could wash him and receive teachings from him, etc. There's another story of his devotees chanting his name, Ramana Maharshi. And he would chant along with them. And at the end of the chant, his devotees would say, Bhagavan, term of endearment, why are you chanting with us? Our chanting is for you. We're saying your name. He said, yeah, there's one Ramana Maharshi for everyone, including me. Now, Japan has a very funny vocabulary. Oftentimes they opt out of using the pronoun I and simply state something without yourself as the subject or even as the object. Like when you walk into a room and you accidentally knock over a vase and smashes on the floor. Most of us would probably tell ourselves, I broke it. I just broke the vase. Or, it was broke by me, maybe. But in Japan, I don't speak Japanese, but the translation would be, the vase was broke. You're no longer the subject or the object of the sentence. You still clean it up, because the vase is in need of being cleaned up. But there's no identification with the action. So you are free from the karma, from the action. And Kelsey, you like saying we. Me too. Or one, the pronoun one. One could eat a burger right about now, couldn't they? One could. And thank you, Jarrett, for your pair of snowboards. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Ginseng, for your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. Then you ask a good question. Do I feel lost or empty? Absolutely. Yeah. I think my stomach is empty at the moment, come to think of it. But I know you mean in more of a existential kind of way. Lost? I know there is nowhere for me to be, necessarily. I am here now. But where is here and now? Well, also nowhere. At least, nowhere in particular. It's happening to me. But objectively, I cannot say for certain. This present moment is a container of my experience. That's all I know. Is there a greater purpose unfolding? Well, that's beyond me. Emptiness is the nature of consciousness. It holds experiences. Empty doesn't mean that there's something supposed to be there. It means that something could be there. So there's a potential for holding, for containing. I think consciousness and emptiness has a lot of similarities. One could say they're isomorphic. They're not identical, but with a shift in perspective, one can come to understanding consciousness and emptiness as related things. Mo, you share that it seems like everything got a whole lot more intense recently. It could be, or it could be that you have opened up to a heightened sense of intensity. Your sensitivity has increased. Thank you, John F., for your quintet. Nope, a half dozen team bracelets. Radhe, Radhe. Chris Owens, you ask, is nothing something? Well, we can certainly talk about it as if it were something. But we are never actually talking about nothing. We can talk about the concept of nothing, the word nothing, the idea of nothing. All of these are like reference points, pointing you the way to nothing. But once you get to nothing, there's nothing to talk about. So what we think, say, and name as nothing is really a semantic envelope for that which is not a thing. But we make it a thing by discussing it. Now, to overuse the word thing, there are plenty of things that are not things. We have to be really liberal with the use of the English language to understand this point. Consider the difference between subjects and objects. In a sentence, there is often a subject, a verb, and an object. I walk to the store. I is the subject, walk is the verb, and to the store is the object. You could say that my dog loves peanut butter. My dog is the subject, peanut butter is the object, and love is the verb. The subject is just the agent of the verb. And the object is the applicant, or the applicee, that which the verb is applied to. Anyway, specifically in Vedanta, concerned with philosophical interpretations of the Vedas, ancient scriptures, sometimes you are able to swap a subject and an object and still have a valid clause. Like, I could say I love you, and you could say I love you back to me, so that you love me and I love you. We've swapped the subject and the object, and it still makes sense. But there are some things, with emphasis on the quotation marks around things, that can never be made into an object. And these are very difficult to describe, because to describe them would make them into objects again. But we have poems about them, like the poem of God being that which sees all but cannot be seen, that which hears all but cannot be heard. Fire cannot burn it, water cannot wet it, wind cannot dry it, and a sword certainly cannot pierce it. What this poem is basically conveying is that God can never be the object of any verb, always the subject, the agent of action, and never that which the action is applied to. Now, why is that important? Well, for one, it implies that God does not exist as an object within the universe. There's no part of existence that is God, because that would make it an object. From a very high non-dual teaching, this also implies that consciousness shares its identity with God, because consciousness also is one of those things that are not objects, but subjects. Consciousness is that which sees but cannot be seen, that which hears but cannot be heard. Fire cannot wet it. Well, fire can't wet anything. Fire can't burn it, water can't wet it, wind cannot dry it, and a sword certainly cannot pierce it. Nothingness is a subject, because it can never be made into an object. Thank you, Om Tat Sat, for your rose a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Maria del Pilar, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Ragnhildur, thank you for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And you're very welcome, Chris Owens. I hope some of it was insightful. Nil MCK. You say that the way I say consciousness is legendary. Is it? Consciousness. It's a powerful word, isn't it? consciousness. And thank you, Linda, for your 9 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Pesto, you share that every day you're thinking your life has no value and you have no reason to keep going. Thank you for sharing that, Pesto. It's a very vulnerable position to admit that. And although I certainly can't take ownership of your humility in any sense, I am proud that you feel comfortable sharing that. It is important for us to acknowledge that we don't know. Now, it seems like a lot of us are going around living our life as if we do have a strong, stable sense of self. And many of us may boldly claim that we do. But truly, we are all lost. Some of us just kind of enjoy getting lost. But that's not to discredit your experience, because there is no shortage of suffering in this world. That is true. No shortage of loss, pain, agony, failed expectations, etc. The good news is that you don't have to have a reason to keep going. Your heart will continue to beat regardless. If we want to increase the quality of our life, there are things we can do even without some grand purpose. And I appreciate Siwa offering the ability for you, Pesto, to write them if you like. Can be certainly a great opportunity to just talk about how you are feeling. It's almost embarrassingly useful. I remember walking into my mother's room a few months ago, needing to talk to her about something. And as I continued talking, I started to regret even bringing it up, because I thought there'd be no point. It'd only increase my awareness of my pain. But by the end of the conversation, I was genuinely feeling better, which was really rewarding. And I know it sounds very stupid to advertise the attitude of gratitude, because when there are so many things that genuinely are frustrating and sources of negativity, how could any amount of practicing counting our blessings lead to some form of positive change? But you'd be surprised how effective of a technique it is. Even if we just start our day with one thing we're grateful for, that can be our reason to keep going. It's not some grand reason that explains the purpose of our entire existence, but it's something small. And we are truly simple creatures. We don't need anything big to keep going. Some of the most impressive feats come from inside jokes, from just little ways we challenge ourselves to expand our comfort zone and take on new things. So never underestimate the power of gratitude. It can certainly lead you to far places, and I would very much recommend that you do so. And I like the way you put that, Ilm Cheryl. It is so amazing when you realize how grateful you are for minuscule things that feel the best, right? Like having maybe working legs, working eyes, the ability to go outside, seeing a flower on our morning walk. It is possible to cross the ocean of negativity by swimming the shore of the island of positivity. Thank you, Mahina, for your rose and subscription. You are a blessing to this Sangha as always. Radhe, Radhe. Stan, you share that if you swim to the shore of an island, you'll just go in circles. It's very true, isn't it? Swim to the shore and take your first steps out of the water. And thank you, Jason, for your tiny yippee. And Alexandra, thank you for your heartbeat. Rion Tat Sat. Besto, you share that you're living in a third world country. There are many challenges that you go through that many people have the privilege not to experience elsewhere. But there are many blessings that come your way, even in a particularly hard upbringing. It is possible, although difficult, to reframe our living situation in a way in which the positives become just a little heavier than all the negatives. Oftentimes in third world countries, the sense of community is so much stronger. I don't think any of my neighbors know who I am. Or if they do, it's only because we're forced to live next to each other. There isn't any appreciation in our close community. Family values are really big. You have a gift of supporting each other because oftentimes you need that support. Developing countries can give you a chance to discover how small of an opportunity that you give someone can actually lead to the biggest of differences. If you buy someone a new iPhone here in the West, some people are so ungrateful that they'll complain about not getting the newest model. This one's old. But everything is so precious. You'd never question such a gift in such a place, because anything goes a long way. Although it seems like the quality of life is better in first world countries, it's all external. And it's what's on the inside that really matters. But the grass is always greener on the other side, as the saying goes. Life is definitely a place that's no short of difficulties and adversities. But it's what we make of them that matters. How we choose to grow from them rather than give up to them. Although we might not be ble to change the hand that we are dealt, we can choose how to play it. And that takes skill. And those who are skillful, that skill can triumph over any bad luck. Although we are given various karmas, there is no one way to surmount them. There is always a spectrum of avenues available to us. And by exercising the intelligence, one can get themselves out of even the stickiest of situations. Now in California, in LA, one year there was this international exhibition of world thinkers. And so there was this hotel which was packed full of philosophers, doctors, physicists, mathematicians, almost every kind of field in science and academia. The amount of knowledge in one building was immense. Naturally, the restaurant on the corner saw many great thinkers and world leaders that night. And it just so happens that on one of the tables, someone had accidentally put salt in the pepper shaker and pepper in the salt shaker. Now, all these brilliant minds started thinking, maybe a little arrogantly, how to show off. So they made a challenge to everyone from the exhibition. Who could come up with a way to get the salt out of the pepper, what's it called, jar, I guess, shaker, out of the pepper shaker, put it in the salt shaker, and get the pepper that's in the salt shaker into the pepper shaker. I think I mixed that up, but you get the point. Make sure the salt gets in the salt shaker and the pepper in the pepper shaker. And so they were thinking, they asked the waitress to come and with napkins and chopsticks and various kinds of utensils that they could get their hands on from the kitchen, and do so in a way in which nothing got spilt. And there was one rule. They weren't allowed to use another vessel to hold the salt or pepper while they were transferring. It all had to happen in one continuous process. So they all thought about it, and an hour went by, and none of them could figure it out. And this little girl was standing nearby. Their parents had also gone to that restaurant for dinner this evening. And she really wanted to go over and see what all the commotion was, but their parents didn't let her. You know, these are big, famous people, they don't have time, whatever. Now, while she was walking by on her way out, she said, "Why don't you just take the lids and replace them? Get the salt shaker lid and the pepper shaker lid and swap them." No need to take the salt or pepper out of either of them. Sometimes you don't need this complicated solution to get yourself out of the problem you're in. All you need is a simple one. I hope you enjoyed that story. I certainly do every time I hear it. And thank you, Chloe, for your subscription that I saw you sent just a few minutes ago. And hello, Ricky. I am happy that you're here. I'm doing well, thank you. Always elated to be in your service, Chloe. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe. And Alexandra, thank you for another 10 roses. Jai Sita Ram. Tan Hao Yu, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. 31 planes, thank you for your hanging lights. Radhe, Radhe. And Chloe, thank you for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Anna, you asked a good question a few minutes ago. What makes philosophy different from spirituality? And do you consider yourself a philosopher? I will give you the simplest answer. Philosophy is all about thinking, and spirituality is all about not thinking. I consider philosophers to be entertainers of the mind. They are more so interested in mental constructs than they are direct realization. And so a spiritual seeker differs from a philosopher because they are not necessarily interested in thinking about the universe. They want to experience it fully. And oftentimes, thoughts take us away from that experience. At least the thoughts that are concerned with sense gratification and fulfillment of the body's pleasure. Thank you, Ricky, for your 6 tiny tinies. Yippee! And Zealot, thank you for your octet of cloud breads. Radhe, Radhe. Saturnus, you share that you notice that I am singing the mantras now. You love it. What was the impetus for that change? Well, it came from a comment on YouTube. Someone put a timestamp to it and said, "I love this. Can you do more of it?" And of course, I had to click on the timestamp. I was wondering what they were referring to. And so, it was me doing one of the mantras, and then I started talking about something else. I can't remember what it was. Probably ice cream or my cats. And it didn't click for a good few minutes. I thought, what is it? Is it the story about ice cream or my cats? Why? It seems so random. And then I realized it wasn't about what I said after the mantra. It was the way that I had sung the mantra. So why not? Put a little extra meaning into it. And thank you, Giuliano, for your heartbeat too. Hari Om Tat Sat. 31 planes of existence, you ask, does doing these lives give me any spiritual growth? Absolutely. Yeah. I think being allowed this opportunity to be in service to you all, just by relating my own experience, does so many things. For one, it very much validates my experience. And so many of the challenges that I've gone through in life, that I might hold any bitterness towards, it helps me let go of them, because I realize that they have now served a purpose by being able to be of use to more than just myself. You all allow me the space for me to articulate my thoughts as well. And as I'm articulating new ideas and I'm receiving questions, I'm able to explore various concepts that I might not on my own time. And so I'm very much grateful for all these opportunities. We got some Sanskrit from ENS. I can pronounce it, but I'm not sure if I can tell you what it means. Dharmana saha shantam bhavan sada shriman. Sounds like a mantra, is my guess. Oh, thank you, Chris Owens. We are growing together. And thank you, MJ, for your trio of disco loves. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kelly Jones, you had asked this, yes. Do you feel that you crave the food of the guna you are feeling? That's a very good question. And I am sure that there is truth to that. I've never thought about that before. Normally I think of it the other way around, that the type of guna of the food we are eating gives rise to the same kind of thoughts, but perhaps it works both ways. I could certainly see that as being true. For those who want in on this subject, guna is, it means a form, and the three gunas refer to the kinds of forms that exist within the material energy of the universe, according to Vedic thought, particularly as expounded by Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. Everything from thoughts to emotions to the food we eat to the intentions of our actions to the actions themselves can be made up of three gunas: tamas, rajas, and sattva. Tamas is the bad kind. Translates roughly to heedlessness. Rajas is better than tamas. It is the guna of passion, activity, and sattva is the best, meaning purity. So there are tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic kinds of foods. I'm sure you've all noticed when you eat a big turkey dinner, oh, you want to go to sleep after. That's tamasic, because it is in the mode of heedlessness, fatigue. Other foods do the opposite. Like if you eat something really spicy, or onion or garlic, if you drink tea or coffee, you don't want to go to sleep, you want to do something. You don't know what it is, you're just, That's rajasic food. Most food in the West is tamasic or rajasic. Very little of what we eat is actually sattvic. These are foods that maybe an athlete would eat, but or that you'd put in trail mix. Fruits, dried fruits, seeds, nuts, that kind of thing. They're very pure kind of food. And vegetable oil, sesame oil. Even some milk products, like clarified butter, is considered sattvic. Lactose certainly is not, so you have to take the lactose out of it for it to be considered sattvic. Zealot, you ask, what do you eat when you need comfort food? Personally, I like oatmeal. Is that tamasic? It's starchy. It's a good question. I'm actually not very good at judging, especially when it's something that's not very intense in either of the three. I would say that it's a very neutral kind of food. If it's overly sweet or overly salty, I would say it's rajasic. But the oats themselves are probably sattvic. Now, how you eat it, that can also vary. If you eat too much of it, then that's a tamasic thing to do, and then you go and sit down. If you eat not enough, that's a sattvic thing, which is austere, but you're not going to be of much use if you haven't eaten. Your body needs it. Gregor, you ask, is sattva in any way etymologically related to satya, like the yuga? Yes, actually. Yeah, the prefix sat is the same. Tva, the TVA, it's a difficult prefix to translate, at least in my understanding, because it's very subtle. It refers to like an element of. So sattva, I guess, refers to the element of truth. Sat. But yes, what is my comfort food? Well, I ate a tub of ice cream a few days ago. There wasn't very much left in it, but I thought I might as well save myself from using another bowl. There's only enough for one portion, so I took the tub into my room. First time I've ever done that. You feel so guilty. taken the whole ice cream tub, but it's efficient. And it was Neapolitan too. Or Napoleon, as I like to say. Strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla. Those colors are actually very close to the metaphorical colors of the three gunas. Tamas, Rajas, and Sattva. Tamas is said to be dark or black. It's like the chocolate. Rajas is said to be red, like the strawberry. And Sattva is said to be light or white, like the vanilla. So I had all three guna flavors. Reina, you ask, like a bodhisattva. Exactly, yeah, same word, sattva. Bodhi, I believe it comes from the root word bhu, which becomes, for example, bodhati, meaning he or she awakens. So the bodhi refers to some kind of understanding or awakening, like how there's the Bodhi tree under which the Buddha had an awakening. It's also where we get the word Buddha or Buddhi. Buddha meaning the awakened one, Buddhi meaning the intellect, the one which I guess does the awakening, discerning between the real and the unreal. So bodhisattva refers to having your intellect be dominated by the guna of purity. In my naive etymological deconstruction, but please feel free to do more research on Sanskrit yourself, because it's such a rewarding language to study. And I would not wish to take away any opportunity for you to study the language yourself. And yes, Gregor, the Satya Yuga is the age of truth. The highest Yuga, the one after this age, the Kali Yuga. Now, Nicola, you had asked, what is meditation? Not thinking or watching your thoughts, or doing action or something else. Meditation varies primarily on what the object is. The object being what you keep in your mind. The kind of ultimate ideal is to have nothing being your object. That's the highest meditation, especially in non-dual teachings. But it's very difficult to start with nothing as a beginner. So it's best to have more engaging objects of meditation, such as the fluidity of movement when walking through a forest or garden. You can meditate on the action itself. That can be your object of meditation. You could also meditate on running water or on a flame. Or you can pull your awareness closer and meditate on your breath, the expansion, contraction of your body, feeling the air brush past your upper lip. And in some sense, the goal of meditation is to meditate on finer and finer, subtler and subtler objects until you completely turn inward. That's at least the non-dual approach. But there is a whole other approach in duality, which instead of taking you from without to within, takes you from within to without, where through the process of karma yoga, instead of dhyana yoga, karma meaning action, dhyana meaning meditation, karma yoga, now that's all about being one with your action. And you can do that so one-pointedly that your action becomes the ultimate object. You are so in the flow state that you lose perception of self. It is all about giving or having those which you are giving to receive than about receiving anything yourself. So you become selfless through charitable work, which is a very practical form of spirituality. And it's the one that Krishna, for example, recommends in the Bhagavad Gita, this book, when Arjuna asks for clarity on this matter. Since knowledge is to be the most highly regarded, should I not just then dedicate my life to the cultivation of knowledge, renounce my job, and become a wandering yogi, maybe sitting in the Himalayas, just meditating on truth? Would that not be the most efficient way? And Krishna interestingly says no, actually. Now that is a totally valid way that some people do. They renounce the world, become wandering yogis, and meditate on truth. But there is another way, which is just as valid, and it has a great insurance policy. The insurance policy is if you ever give up, well, you still now have a worldly occupation. It's very hard to reintegrate into society as a failed yogi. But you can still become meditative even while at work, while washing dishes, eating food. Everything becomes a meditative experience when you let go of expectations for how things are supposed to go. And consider this like a movie of your own life that you are both participating in and witnessing. Hello, little wing Nico. And hello, Phoenix, and thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Gregor, you're sharing that nomadic lifestyle sounds better and better. I'm with you there. Curly Fry, you asked, how do I mentally prepare yourself to have a convo with someone who hurt you, though wants to make amends? That's a powerful thing to even have that conversation in the first place, which by principle gives you the upper hand, because you have all the power. Don't give them that power before you have that conversation. That's something you get to decide. Something that doesn't even have to be decided during the conversation. You can be open to listening to them, but not back down from any boundaries. And then afterwards, tell them, I'm going to think about what you said carefully. And that's not a no. I am still healing from our past relationship. And so I need time to weigh your words in a way that ensures both of our mental, physical health. But there's no pressure for you to make amends. That's entirely up to you. And I hope you remember that during the conversation. That even agreeing to listen does not make any expectation for you to agree with how they want to make amends. Thank you, Phoenix, for another rose. And Little Wing Nico, thank you for your heart me, finger heart, a friendship necklace, and a tiny. Yippee! Namaste, Curly Fry. Zealot. You share that I said yesterday that if someone were to get on their knees and cry, we ought to forgive. I never said we. I said I would. Now, it's not a choice I'm making on behalf of anyone. You're always free to still ensure that our boundaries are set. And I don't expect anyone to be Jesus level. If you hit this cheek, I'll turn the other cheek for you. It's a very hard place to get to. No pressure there either. Sam, you wish that TikTok would let you write longer comments. I know. But consider it an opportunity to condense something big into something small whilst retaining all the vital information. It's a good practice, albeit a limiting one. And that's a great point, Amanda. You've had someone on their knees for you and did not grant them the forgiveness because it wasn't for you. It was for their own selfish needs. Yeah. Sometimes apologies are really just to save their self-image rather than a genuine expression of apology. So it does require delicate analysis when gauging whether that forgiveness should be given to someone who's sincerely expressing it or not. And thank you, John F., for your subscription. You are certainly a valued member of our Sangha, and I am very happy to have you a part of the team. Radhe, Radhe. Zealot, you share that you used to be all forgiving, but now you're not, and you feel guilty for that. Maybe you're still healing. Forgiveness is an often overloaded term. Forgiveness can mean a lot of things. Forgiveness can sometimes mean that we allow them back in our life, but it doesn't have to mean that. It's possible to forgive, but still be clear that you're not interested in pursuing this relationship. So there is still closure. However, boundaries are still very much there. And you don't have to feel guilty for that. And Chris Owens, you are wondering, what does Radhe mean? It's a good question, and I'm happy to tell you. It's a vocative form of Radha. English doesn't really have vocative forms. When we want to vocate to someone, we put an O before their name. We say, "Oh, mother." And that's basically what Radhe means. It means, "Oh, mother." Specifically, the mother in the form of her all attractive qualities. There are many, many qualities of the mother. Not all of them particularly attractive, but equally as divine. Like Durga Mata. Here she is riding a lion into battle, fighting for what is right. Or Ma Kali, with a garland of severed heads around her neck, and 1,000 heads of her own, each with her own tongue sticking out, presumably with blood dripping from her lips. Not a very conventionally attractive form, but equally as divine. Radha, there is no debate. She represents the bliss-giving component of existence. And so, Radhe calls out to that all-loving potential for bliss, which the divine feminine is. And thank you, Drea, for your applause. Orion Tatsad. Lena, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Gaia, you ask, how do you feel you strengthen your boundaries? Well, how do you strengthen anything? If not, with diligent practice. No one is going to know where our boundaries are. Oftentimes, they get overstepped without knowledge of where they are. Or even with knowledge, there is this naive assumption that your boundary isn't going to be protected anyway, so they've got nothing to lose by crossing it. You know, there's no consequence for stepping your boundary. It's like a kingdom who has walls that shouldn't be traversed, snuck over. But their policy is that they allow you in anyway. Well, that's not a good incentive to stop people from climbing your walls. You need to enforce them with consequences. Don't be afraid to set consequences for people crossing your boundaries. That's how you show that your boundaries are there and that you're serious about them. And so you strengthen them by practicing, enforcing them. And thank you, Van Gogh Room, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Shreen, you ask, yes, but many don't respect. How then? Well, if they don't respect you for having reasonable boundaries, then they don't deserve you in their life anyway. Thank you, Lena. Now we have two Lenas for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Little Wing Nico, thank you for your ginger man. Your trio of cloud breads and an ice cream. Radhe, Radhe. And Ragnhildur, thank you for your trio of roses too. Jai Sita Ram. Good evening, Alan. Share that I am a ray of sunshine. Well, there was someone in here earlier that gave me their blessings with sunshine, and so I must only be reflecting the light that they came in with. Thank you, Lena, for your rose. And thank you, Lena Smakotina, for your tiny. Yippee! Linda, thank you for your 9 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Alan, thank you for your trio of fires and a tiny. Yahoo! And Trey, thank you for your heart me too. Little Wing Nico, you ask, how has my day been? My day has been very well, thank you. Yeah. How has your day been, everyone? I'd love to know what sort of space to hold for you all here. And don't be shy. Even if you've had a bad day, that's okay. You are always allowed to share that. Shireen, you are wondering why I'm shining orange. I have a sunset lamp that's sitting on my lap, actually. I like to change the color of it every day. I think it adds a little bit of atmosphere to an otherwise unchanging live stream, at least visually. Saturnus, you share that You are tired from traveling all week, but back home and feeling blissful. It is nice to be back home, I am sure. And Dana, you share that you've been really busy and about to graduate university. How exciting is that? So much work you've gone into that. Congratulations. Amanda, you are really good. Been spring cleaning through the front and backyard and now having a fire. Fire sounds very lovely, that's for sure. So I thank Alan for those 3 fires again. So we could experience a mini one just a few minutes ago. Your day has been awesome and calming, Shreen. I'm happy to hear that. Dansuela's had a productive day. That's great. Happy to provide this space for everyone to unwind. Kimmy, you are tired but okay. Kiss Fist, you just got a flute and a candle? Oh, you share that I should get a flute and a candle, maybe. Oh, Krishna is already playing his such sweet melodious flute music. I could never compare. And yeah, I've had a good day so far, Amanda. Thank you for asking. Doom Knight, you ask, how does Hinduism view eating meat? It very much varies. Hinduism is lacking structure, to put it liberally, I guess, or conservatively, depending on your perspective. There is no one set of beliefs or vows that one has to take to be a Hindu. There are so many different forms of Hinduism. Some Hindus condone eating meat, and a very exotic few called the Aghoris. They even partake in cannibalism. Now, that sounds crazy, right? They are devotees of Kali. And they carry around human skulls as their alms bowl to eat from. They are so desperate for realization that they'll try any kind of ritual in order to become enlightened. But there are also very conservative Hindus who strictly abstain from sex, money, eating meat, prefer only sattvic foods. There is a whole spectrum of life occurring in Hinduism, and I think that's what makes it so approachable, is there's really a path for everyone. For the crazy people, the Aghoris, and for the strict and pious. There is no wrong way to be Hindu, that's for sure. And thank you, Razvan Buria, for your 14 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Little Wing Nico, you share that you were telling your neurodivergent friend yesterday about me describing neurodivergency so beautifully. Oh, well, thank you for sharing anything that maybe could have helped them. I certainly don't take any credit to the beauty that is within neurodivergence. And hello to Kelsey and your lovely daughter and son. Sorry for mentioning the Aghori. Probably not best heard from young years. Now, there was a question that was asked a few minutes ago that caught my attention. Not sure where it was. Can't seem to find it. That's okay, but as I scrolled up, I see that Crouton, you asked, how do you find enjoyment or comfort in being alone without depending on company for fulfillment? Remember that even in absence of physical presence of people, you are surrounded by so much personality. When we're in school, we're taught that anthropomorphizing is a bad thing, that we shouldn't do it. We shouldn't attribute human-like qualities to other things. Now, if it were truly the case that these qualities arise because we are human, and therefore other objects don't have them, then I would agree. But I consider life the other way around. I consider the qualities that we have not because we are human, but because we are part of the universe. And that source, we have inherited them from. So qualities such as love, laughter, loss, leniency, other adjectives that start with L, aspects of our personality, I believe, exist within everything. So I do believe it is safe to anthropomorphize. We did so as a child. We drew smiley faces on the sun, saw fruit as our friends, and learned almost every noise that animals can make because we felt like we were understanding them. We carried our safety blanket around and all of our stuffed animals and had names for each one of them, and stories, personalities. We are never truly alone. There is a beingness that is inherent in everything around us. How can you ever feel alone? What makes someone alive just happens to be reflected in the human form, but that essence of life permeates everything. We just have to be more in tune. Frankie, you share that you feel alone. Let me scroll up. What is the advice I'd give to someone who is dealing with sadness? Sadness is not something to be dealt with as if it were a problem that needs to be fixed. Sadness is one way in which we process experiences, and that processing is always pure. We may feel like there are better things to feel than this sadness, and that's only true when we identify with some feelings as being true and others less so. But sadness can be beautiful if you let it. I love a good cry. Feeling the blues is so poetic. As the Buddhists say, suffering is proof that you're alive. And Frankie, you share that you feel alone, but honestly, you don't cry anymore unless you think of the dead people you miss. People never truly die. It's just what's on the surface that returns to the soil and is made as compost again for other organisms to thrive on. But that soul lives on because there's no other way for it to be. As a witness of life, that is what you are. A beingness that experiences. It is our inherent nature. That nature of beingness, of experiencing, can never be taken away. It is what we experience that does change, and how we experience it also, through this body, this mind, at this spot, in space and time. All of those variables are fluctuating, but the only constant is you, as the witness of change. You can never go anywhere. And thank you, Lex, for your heartbeat a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you for a team bracelet also. Jai Sitaram. And Asher, thank you for your pair of roses. Vachana Amrit time, says Sky Guardian. I was just thinking about that actually. Yes, I agree. Why don't we read from this spiritual text that you have gifted me and all of us? This book is basically the Bible of a certain spiritual tradition known as the BAPS, Swaminarayan Sampradaya, or Stasta. It is a set of about 300 spiritual discourses from Swaminarayan, an incarnation of God said to have lived in the 1800s. I am not affiliated personally, though I have received blessings from the current president of the organization, Mahant Swami Maharaj. Here we are continuing our reading from Gadada 1:3. On the night of Maghshar Sudhi 6, Samvat 1876, 23rd of November 1819, Shriji Maharaj was sitting in Dada Khachar's darbar in Gadada. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Thereupon, Shriji Maharaj said, "Even one who can constantly see the form of God in his heart should recall the divine actions and incidents of God performed in his various avatars in various places. One should also maintain affection for the brahmacharis, these spiritual students, sadhus, spiritual renunciants, yogis, and satsangis. These are people in the accompaniment of great saints and spiritual seekers, and should remember them as well. Why? Because if at the time of death one forgets God's form, but remembers the divine actions and incidents performed by God at various places, or if one remembers those satsangis, brahmacharis, or sadhus, then by that association alone, God's form will also be remembered. This is perhaps the most important part of all of the spiritual search, is who and what we associate with. Thereby, that person attains an elevated spiritual status and benefits tremendously. That is why I perform grand Vishnu yags annually. I perform grand Vishnu yags, annually celebrate Janmashtami, Ekadashi, and other observances, and gather brahmacharis, sadhus, and satsangis on these occasions. After all, even if a sinner remembers these occasions at the time of death, they will also attain the abode of God. Let's do one more. Ghadadha 1:4. Jealousy like that of Naraji. On Magshar Sudhi 7th, Samvat 1876, I correct, on the 24th of November, 1819, Shriji Maharaj was sitting in Dada Khachar's darbar in Gadhada. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of sadhus, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. And I will point out that I very much enjoy how each of these verses begins with setting the scene so we can feel like we are there to some extent, rather than just placeless words abstractly floating through hyperspace. Then Shriji Maharaj said, "Devotees of God should not harbor jealousy amongst themselves." Thereupon Anandanand Swami said, "But, Maharaj, even then, jealousy still remains." Hearing this, Shriji Maharaj explained, "If one does harbor jealousy, it should be like that of Naraji." Naraji, also known as Deva Rishi Narada. Rishi means sage or seer. Deva means god or goddess. So Deva Rishi means a seer of the gods. Narad was not just a regular spiritual aspirant. He was one who even taught the gods. So he's a very, very prolific character in many Hindu stories. Once, both Naraji and Tumbaru went to Vaikuntha, the abode of Narayan, for the darshan of Lakshmi and Narayan, the divine feminine and masculine. There, Tumbaru sang before them. As a result, both Lakshmi and Narayan were pleased and rewarded him with their clothes and ornaments. Seeing this, Naraji became jealous of Tumbaru and thought, I shall also learn to sing like Tumbaru and please God. Then Naraji learned the art of singing and sang before God. But God commented, You do not know how to sing like Tumbaru. Thereafter, Naraji performed austerities to please Lord Shiva, another form of God, the destroyer, and received his blessings to master the art of singing. However, when he sang before God again, God was still not pleased. In this way, Naraji continued for 7 manvantars. A manvantar is an incomprehensible amount of time. It refers to one whole cycle of humanity as arising into existence, and the ultimate destruction of humanity again. So 7 whole cycles of humanity spawning in and out of existence. These are cosmic scales. He practiced learning how to sing for this long. Despite this, God would not be pleased with his singing. Finally, Naraji learned to sing from Tumbaru himself, and then sang before Sri Krishna Bhagavan in Dwarika. Only then was Sri Krishna Bhagavan pleased, and only then did he reward Naraji with his own clothes and ornaments. Thereafter, Naraji abandoned his jealousy towards Tumbaru. Thus, if one is to harbor jealousy, one should imbibe the virtues of the person towards whom one is jealous, and should also abandon one's own faults. If this cannot be done, then a devotee of God should at least totally abandon any form of jealousy that would result in harming another devotee of God. Let us pause our reading there. I think I have such a terrible singing voice. It would also take me 7 manvantars to eventually be good enough to appease God. Other people are just born naturally good singers, aren't they? No, we all have practice. Maybe not in this lifetime, but in the previous one. My favorite part of that story was that in order to become a better singer, he went to God. He was singing for God, but then he went to a different form of God to then get the blessings so that he could sing to God. And this reminds me of that kind of spiritual seeker that sees God both as the goal and the means. What is the goal? To attain association with that source of the universe. How will you gain that association? Well, only God can give that association, so we pray for that as well. There's nothing we can do except make ourselves more ready to receive that grace. Tattvamasi here with some Vedic chronology. We are on the 7th Manvatar. Wow. Yeah, we're in the full Sanskrit Manavatara, rather than the Hindi contraction. So the whole age of the universe thus far, that's how long Narada practiced singing. Now that's dedication. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your flowers a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Sai Haiki, for your pair of fires. Radhe, Radhe. I'm happy you enjoyed the reading, Cams. And I'm glad you enjoyed the story too, Dansuela. Narada is one of my favorite characters, that's for sure. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. And yes, a good reminder, biker or not, from many minutes ago. Whatever you remember at the time of death, you will achieve. That is the point. Knowing me on my deathbed, my last thought will be, I forgot to turn the oven off, and then I will incarnate as a kitchen appliance. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. To me, alien, you share that yours would be, finally, I can leave. Then you will be incarnated as someone who really wants to leave. Phoenix, you want to be a sloth. They are lovely creatures in some ways. Many ways. No disrespect to the sloths. There are certainly many qualities about them that are lovely. I appreciate their patience. I think it wouldn't kill me to have the patience of a sloth. Sky Guardian, you share that you have spent 10 hours clipping, but you're determined to finish for the Sangha. My goodness. Now, could you imagine how long it would take if I didn't have the timestamps in the description? Maybe twice as fast with them. But nonetheless, I appreciate your commitment and your voluntary service that you do for our Sangha. I mentioned at the beginning of the Sangha, but I'll do it again, that for our readings, and even now our chantings too, Sky Guardian has volunteered to clip from the recordings that we upload on the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel, the sections where we were doing readings, or chantings, as I mentioned. And so he's been sending them to me for me to upload in a dedicated playlist, you know, in case you just want to listen to the reading. Like if you just want context for the current reading, you don't want to have to go to the last recording and find where it was, you can just click on the exact little snippet. I hope you all make good use of that. Sky Guardian is certainly putting a lot of effort in. And hello, John Constantine. background tea leaves, you share that you want to be reincarnated as a Brazil nut. You'll remember to think about that when I eventually pass. And hello, John Riggleman. Got many Johns today. Happy to have you here. The space is certainly open to every kind of John. Big, small, funny, or serious. There is no wrong way to be a John, and no right way to be human. Anna, you ask, do personalities gradually merge with each reincarnation? That's a very interesting question. I am sure that there are some aspects of our personality that never change. And there are many great enlightened sages who still have a heck of a personality. So it's not like we are all approaching the same kind of personality in our spiritual pursuit, even though we are all approaching that one source. But one of the many qualities of that one source is that it is infinite in its complexity, in its simplicity, in its personality. So there is much variety there. You'll definitely never run out of your own personality. That's for sure. Sai Haiki, you ask, do you think we were connected to people we met in this life from another life? Of course. In fact, it's certain from a mere heuristic standpoint. You have had not 1, 2, 3, not 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, not a Googleplex, Graham's number, Tree 3, not even Rayo's number, which is the largest finite number possible to be represented with mathematical formulae of a Google symbols or less. There are infinite past lives and infinite afterlives. And in that eternity, I am sure we have all met before. Austin Haberer, you ask, where do dogs go when they die? Well, certainly the same place all conscious beings go, wherever it is. The only difference between us and dogs, and any other animal for that matter, is simply that animals' karmas tend to be fixed, their actions. But humans have an empowered intellect, able to deny the mind and perform austerities such as discipline, working out, studying, worship, fasting, ice baths, You'd never find a monkey in the jungle refusing food because it's working out right now. No. I'm not going to eat, not until I finish this last couple of reps. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Whew. Okay, now we can go. Humans seem to have that ability. We are able to create karmas through the denial of the mind, which is a very powerful but subtle ability. Thank you, John Riggleman, for your heart, me, and hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Cams, you ask, or share rather, that you have so many questions about incarnation and how our souls began. Although I appreciate your autocorrect. Instead of incarnation, you wrote incarceration, which is a beautiful Freudian slip almost by the universe. The cycle of reincarnation is like a prison. Many people are trying to escape it. Some people try to take their life so that they can leave the suffering. But the Buddhists, they say the most remarkable thing. They say, we've tried. We keep ending back here. Some people say, okay, it's about the attainment of heaven then. The Buddhists say the same thing. Been there. You still come back here though. Now why is that so? Shouldn't we be afforded an infinite afterlife? I don't think that would be fair. Because the actions we have in this life is limited to our experience. And with a finite experience, there shouldn't be an infinite consequence. You know what I mean? The actions one makes in a mere 80 years on average is not enough to decide whether they deserve some infinite punishment or infinite reward. So, before the Bible, before the Quran, even before the Old Testament, in the Vedas, they did also speak of heaven and hell, but only proportional to what you experience in this life. That if you work super hard and you're a do-gooder from the moment you're born to the moment you die, you might spend a very long time in heaven, but you'll come back right here afterwards. After that million, maybe even 1 billion years, when it runs up, then you're back here. And it's a very good thing it works like that. And the reason is because heaven isn't even satisfying. There have been sages that have come from heaven and say that nothing beats the help I can do here. Nothing is as fulfilling as being on earth, being human, making mistakes, learning, growing, loving, and losing, doing charitable works, helping others, serving others. There have been great sages who said I would rather spend 1,000,000 years in hell and come back to earth helping people than spend eternity in heaven. Because at some point, receiving bliss becomes exhausting and incomparable to giving bliss. Like diodes in electrical circuits, the electricity is meant to flow one way, and with a powerful enough voltage, you can get it to go the other way, but you'll end up frying the thing, and the circuit goes poof in a puff of smoke. So too, with a powerful enough experience, you might, for a moment, reverse the flow and receive bliss through smoking a cigarette, through eating a big cake, through watching a really good movie, through witnessing a firework display, through smelling a fragrant perfume or incense, through various other things that we do to feel pleasured. There are way too many things to get into. Because it seems like that's all we do, is search for ways to reverse the current so we're receiving rather than giving. But the truth is that the world is finite and our soul is infinite, and nothing finite can satisfy the infinite. So, for current to truly flow, we must give. To take that infinite source of love within and share it, and never stop sharing it. Continue to grow, to love, to help, to be there for everyone. And that is why the ancient sages say that you can go to heaven as many times as you want, but it's when you come back to earth that your real spirituality begins again. That a higher kind of bliss is possible. Thank you, Sacred Serenity, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And Abundant Anthony, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And Van Gogh Vroom. Your name always makes me laugh. Gives me a good giggle. Thank you for your lock and key. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Lena Smakotina, for your 6 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose as well. Michelle, you ask, do you believe there is a hell? We've all experienced it. Just as we've all experienced heaven. When Jesus said that the kingdom of heaven is within you, does he mean in our foot, or our kidneys, our skin, inside our lungs? You know, what part? It's more abstract than that, of course. Jesus is a wordsmith. He was very good with words. That's why his Sermon at the Mount was so fantastic. Attracted thousands of people. The kingdom of heaven being within you means that it is within your very experience for you are but an experiencer. It is not out there, waiting for you. It is available in this moment, inseparable, for as long as you are. Whether you make this moment to be a heaven or a hell, now that's entirely your business. Heaven means you are joyful. Hell means you are miserable. And there are many people who are stuck in cycles of misery. They feel like they're in hell. And it's because they are. Quite literally. There are many people who have created habits of joy. And they feel like they are in heaven. Because they are. Thank you, Melina, for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. And Lena Smakotina, thank you for your half-dozen tiny tinies. Nippy. And Jared, thank you for your pair of disco loves and your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Camper Belly, for your rose and Tiny Tiny as well. Yum 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 yum. And Sacred Serenity, thank you for your team bracelet. Jai Sita Ram. And Michelle Stone, thank you for your pair of roses. Of course, I believe in the Christ Aeon. He is the way, the truth. Nobody can make it to the Father without him. But that Christ that he represented is far more than a person. That divinity within him has come and gone many times. And although I cannot expect anyone to understand, I would encourage you to open your heart to see that not one religion holds the keys to truth, for truth is beyond all shape and form. The mercy of the Source is such that he descends again and again at different times in different places, so that we may understand in our own unique way that works for us. And thank you, Jared, for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Sai Haiki, thank you for your balloons. Jai Sita Ram. Jack Sparrow, you ask, what is the meaning of life according to my religion? I have no religion, my friend. I am but a seeker of truth, and truth is found everywhere. You just have to be able to see it. And thank you, beautiful Crystal, for your quartet of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, this is my show, for your flowers. Jai Sitaram. And Judy, thank you for your hand hearts. Oops. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Tamaka, thank you for your perfume. Hari Om Tat Sat. Austin Haberer, you ask, do you believe in the flat, non-rotating earth that God made? All we have to do is go back in time. One of the oldest words we have for the earth in Sanskrit is bhugol. Bhu meaning ground, gol meaning round. The oldest word we have for the earth, bhugol, means round ground. It's from where we get the king of the earth, the earth nation in Avatar, Bhumi, from the root word bhu, referring to the earth, and it's described as bhugol, round. Not only that, but the Bhulok, the abode of the earth, is said to orbit around Surya Lok, Surya meaning the sun. Chandralok orbits around Bhulok, Bhulok orbits around Suryalok, Suryalok orbits around Brahmalok. These refer to the earth, the moon, the sun, and the center of our galaxy in 5,000-year-old scriptures. Lok means where we get the word location. So the location of the moon, Chandralok, is that which orbits around Bhulok. Where is the earth located? In orbit around Suryalok. Where is the sun located? In orbit around Brahmalok. Now, where is Brahmalok located? Well, that's where it stops. And that's where it stops scientifically too, because galaxies only exist relative to other galaxies. There's no other structure higher than that for us to pin our reference frame to. And thank you, Michael Lockhart, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Anna, you shared that you're confused. That's okay. Point being that in the most ancient scriptures, the Vedic scriptures, they don't disagree with modern science. That for as long as humanity has been writing stuff down, we have believed in a spherical earth that orbits the sun, which orbits the center of a galaxy too. It's only a minority group in Europe who, for some reason, thought that we lived in a flat plane, the center of the universe. But for most of human history, across the world, we have understood a spherical planet orbiting a star, which is one of many. The word for our solar system in Sanskrit is a Brahmanda, which means a cosmic egg. And it is said that there are infinite Brahmandas, infinite other dominions, each with their own sun, moon, earth. shyly, you are wondering, do I have an opinion on vivid daydreams or an overactive imagination? I love that. I wouldn't call any imagination overactive. Your interface with the subconscious must be very powerful. The subconscious is what is responsible for daydreams or dreams in general. Much of the spiritual path is in opening ourselves up to all the experiences we have already accumulated but repressed and are only left as subtle impressions on our subconscious. So I think that goes to show that you are progressing very dearly, that your mind is no longer limited by just the waking world. It is overflowing into the subtle realm that is the dream world, and that's a very beautiful thing. And I'm blessed to have someone as an imaginative as you here. Strawberry, you ask, do I believe some people are capable of having psychic visions or pure coincidence? I wouldn't put anything past the universe when it comes to coincidences. Now, of course, this isn't to say we should throw skepticism right out the window. It's important to be careful with spiritual powers. Oftentimes the mind does mislead us. We can have dreams about something going a certain way, only to have it unfold completely differently. We were just afraid, and that fear manifested in that way. Other times, there are moments where people seem to tap into some pattern, and with some faith in that, maybe some things can be predicted. Ultimately, of course, there is always room for free will. And even God cannot predict what we do with our free will. Because if he could, then it wouldn't be truly free. So with that, psychics could only predict a certain course of action, or at the very least the overlap between all possible action, with room for differences to occur depending on what series of events actually unfolds. Thank you, Trainadora Saura, for your heart meet. Orion Tat Sat. Tatvamasi, you ask, which one is the dream world? The subtle body, the astral world. In the three-body system, there is the waking, the dreaming, and the deep sleeping. The dreamer is the experiencer of the subtle. And thank you, AI, for your pair of hand hearts. Radhe. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Beth, you ask, do you believe our loved ones who have passed can visit us in our dreams? Don't they? I'm sure all of us have had dreams where we have dreamt of someone who is no longer in our life, and yet our relationship with them keeps unfolding, isn't it? When we're dreaming, it's not always obvious that we're dreaming. There is a genuine connection there, just the same as when you were awake. I think that shows you how real of an impression they have made in you, that they truly do live on. Maybe not in physical form, but in the collective conscious. Jackie Leon, you share that you're in a lot of pain and domestic abuse. What should you do? If it is unsafe to set boundaries, I would tell someone that you're either close to or a support group for you. In many places there are hotlines you can call, places you can go to, and they have very educated people in emotional intelligence that can help you. If by your judgment it is safe to set boundaries, then you are more than welcome to, because your well-being is always important. Even if by setting those boundaries that seems to hurt the other person, they have really set themselves up to be hurt for violating your boundaries to begin with. But there is never a time where you should stay in an abusive situation. I hope that you do, like India has put, make a plan. You are worthy of life, and you certainly don't deserve to be treated in such a way that you have shared with us. And for the other people in your life that look up to you, what kind of role model would you be by standing up for yourself? A very, very good one. So it's not only in your best interest, but everyone else's to stand up for yourself, even in a silent way, such as getting help or leaving if that's possible. But all the best wishes and blessings to you in whatever capacity I have to give them to you. And hello, Grand Malala. Thank you. I am doing well. Claudia Sell, you ask, where is Nirvana? Do they still go on tour? Who knows, maybe they're playing in New Jersey. Why don't we ask a Buddhist monk named Pema Chodron? Perhaps there's a verse in this pocket Pema Chodron that can speak to Nirvana. Alright, I think this is very appropriate. Number 85. Go to the places that scare you. Note that this doesn't mean going to a place where you will be hurt. Sometimes that place could be somewhere in your own mind that you're afraid to get to, that you need courage to get to. That kind of place. Often in our daily lives, we panic. We feel heart palpitations and stomach rumblings because we are arguing with someone, or because we had a beautiful plan and it's not working out. How do we walk into those dramas? How do we deal with those demons, which are basically our hopes and fears? How do we stop struggling against ourselves? The revered Tibetan Buddhist master Machig Labdron advised us to go to places that scare us. But how do we do that? We're trying to learn not to split ourselves between our quote-unquote good side and our quote-unquote bad side, between our quote-unquote pure side and our quote-unquote impure side. The elemental struggle is with our feeling of being wrong, with our guilt and shame at what we are. That's what we have to befriend. The point is that we can dissolve the sense of dualism between us and them, between this and that, between here and there, between samsara and nirvana, by moving toward what we find difficult and wish to push away. A lovely little reading from the Bhagavad Bhema Jodran. And I'm happy that you found some relevance in that chapter, Riley. Ambrosia, you are wondering, where is the cat today? Sandy and Shadow. I think they are upset because they've lost their outside privileges for a while. They were getting a little too adventurous. And my mother spent a hell of a long time trying to find our cat Sandy, and ended up finding him just having a nap on our neighbor's porch. He was feeling very proud of himself. Now, they're only a year and a half, almost 2 years old. They're not quite outdoor kitties yet, so they're sad that they didn't go outside today and get to run freely wherever they want. Hello, Emmy. It's been a while since you saw me on your little phone screen. A little phone screen, but what a big world is contained within it, hey? Saturnus, you ask, so do you think once one's reached nirvana, they eventually seek to return to samsara? I think that what we call as samsara and nirvana can be used in many ways. And if we use the word samsara in two different ways, then we can say that one goes from samsara to nirvana and then back to samsara. See, we refer to this world as samsara, but it's more than just that. It has to do with our relationship with it. If we feel, and by Anna, that we are dependent on the world for our happiness, then the world sometimes gives us joy, sometimes taketh away joy. We are in the cycle of suffering. But when one disidentifies with the world, you could call that state nirvana. They are no longer in the world, figuratively speaking. They still have a body, which is in the world, but they are not the body, so they're not in the world. Do they become like zombies? Their bodies just sit there? Of course not. The Buddha was very much engaged in the world, and you could very much have a conversation with him. And he was in nirvana, that state of not being attached to the world. So you could say that someone still interacts with the world, but their sense of self is no longer dependent on anything in it. They are free from that kind of identity. So in that way, they never return to the world with knowledge, because if they did place their sense of self in the world again, then they would be eventually dissatisfied. If you say, I am happy when I am watching a good movie, for example, well, eventually you're going to watch a movie that sucks. And so we set ourselves up for that, not by watching the movie, but by identifying with the experience as a cause of our own happiness. We can still watch movies that suck and be happy. We just have to shift our perspective of our own happiness rather than change anything that we do. It's all an inner process. Thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Dogmata, for your heart meat and pair of team bracelets. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, one with a name that you will certainly have to teach me how to pronounce, for your rose. Oriom Tat Sat. Paula Ann Can. Could you tell me the frequency you're playing? You love it. Yes, I can. It's a frequency for the sacral chakra. Yeah. I thought there was another word. The sacral chakra. Honey Bunny Official, you share that you have multiple sclerosis and you are having trouble dealing with the fear of the future. Please help. Let me tell you a very short story, and maybe you'll find some enjoyment in it. There was once a great clockmaker who made clocks, watches, and every kind of timekeeper He was known far and wide for being the best of the best of the best. You could say that this clockmaker put a little bit of himself into everything that he made. There was a kind of life within all his creations. These clocks were so well made that they could last a very long time without ever falling out of sync. Millions and millions of seconds would go by, and they would keep on ticking. Now, this one day, he was making a particularly unusual clock. This clock had a kind of personality to it. When he finished putting in the final gear and shut the door, the clock let out a big sigh, an audible one. Now the clockmaker had never heard his clock sigh before. He was taken aback, gasped himself. And so he asked, "Mr. Clock, why have you just sighed?" The clock said, "Oh, master, you have made me so well. I am not looking forward to how many tick-tocks I'll have to do during my lifetime. There's just so many of them. Every day, another tick, another tock, again and again." The clockmaker said, "I understand your predicament. But don't you see that you only ever have to do one tick-tock at a time? You don't live your future all at once. All of the work you have to do, that comes later. All you have to deal with is what's here, what's now. And that's a lot more manageable than everything you have to do from here onward." So I think in this way, like the clock, sometimes we think about how much effort is required to live every day like this, without realizing that we don't live every day at once. We only live this day. Nay, not even the whole day, just this hour, actually, just this minute, second, fraction of a second. As long as you survive this moment, and there you just did. And that's all you had to do. Now can you survive this moment? You just did. When you narrow your perception of time, then life becomes effortless. It's when we think about longer durations of time, then we feel all the pressure. Thank you, Haley Queen, for your heart me, team bracelet, and 10 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Riley, for your rose and finger heart. Jai Sitaram. Alright, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours now. I think it's probably a good time to start landing the plane. But I thank you all for coming on this journey with me. And thank you, Bobby So, for your heartbeat, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Before we go, however, I would love to ask you all a question of the day. And then after that, we'll do one more reading from a spiritual author. How does that sound? Thank you, Gabby, for your ice cream cone. TikTok and Gigi. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. My question of the day today is, why was the universe created? I know, it's a big question. You don't have to take it seriously. Funny answers are allowed. But if you want to take it philosophical, that's also allowed and encouraged. And thank you, Gabby, for another rose I see. And Pat, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So I wouldn't be alone, answers Gaia. I love that. The one has divided into us as the many, so we can be each other's companions on this journey of life. Secura, you share, I don't know. And that's okay. That's the best part. We don't have to know to be here. Chelsea, you say which one? Good answer. Stephen, you share that. If this had not been created, we would all be floating in space. It's very true. We do all require a form. You're very welcome, Drowned Tea Leaves. Thank you for being here. Sky Guardian, you ask if I'm going to do that meditation today. You know, I'm thinking about it. I forgot to set it up. So I'd have to open up your messages and get the mantra ready. I might save it for tomorrow. And Rebecca, you share, in response to the question of the day, that you're not convinced it exists. I know how you feel, Rebecca. And that is a very philosophical question, isn't it? But for the interest of validating your experience, this moment and your relationship with it is definitely meaningful. What it means to exist or not, I don't know, but I'm happy to be here with you in it. And Gaia, you say, teehee. The purpose was always existence. I like that. The purpose is in and of itself to be. Lazuli Lake, you share that the universe asked, what can I become? And poof, it became. You know, my favorite part of your answer is poof. Some say it came in a bang. Others say it was quiet. But Lazuli Lake says it's come in a poof. And I like that. Like a magic trick. Huzzah! Why not? Says Sacred Serenity. And Tatvamasi, you say, for duality and the experience it brings. Redskin, you share that you believe God created it as a sandbox in a way, but not knowing the evils unleashed. I like that answer. Thank you. Waste of time for your hand hearts too. Radhe, Radhe. Tien Flint Napper, you share. To show God's glory. I like that. Imagine being so great, so glorious, that even experiencing you is a blessing. Now, to any one of us, if we carried that sentiment around, boy, we'd be thrown in the loony bin. How selfish would it be to think that we are so glorious that even people being in our presence is a great thing for them. But with the case of God, now, that's a different story. So great that just experiencing that greatness is a blessing. How paradoxically merciful is that? I love that thought. Yes. And thank you, Judy Hinkle, for your hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Melinda, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And waste of time. Thank you for your heart meet. Trio of roses and Tiny Dine. Yippee! And Henri, thank you for your finger heart. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, waste of time, for another baker's dozen worth of roses. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your quintet of them. Otto, you share the universe was created for entertainment. I appreciate that. Dogmata, you share that it was created to learn and grow through experience of everything. And James Stewart, you play with the words universe, one sound and frequency. Polaris. Beautifully said. Drowned Tea Leaves, you share that nothing is so full of potential of being something that the universe had no choice but to exist. Felt like that answer deserved some ringing. Thank you, John Simon, for your heartbeat. Radhe, Radhe. Ziggy B, you share. Very hard question. You're not sure there is a why. Well, you have answered it so effortlessly, even in the negative, that speaks to so much meaning, isn't it? Thank you for being here, Judy Hinkle. Always happy to have you here. Tatvamasi, you ask, why did you create it? Me? Hey, don't hold me responsible for this mess. I'm just kidding. What is my answer to the question of the day, though? My understanding is always changing. But one that really speaks to my heart is, for the play of it all, for there to have been a story rather than none at all. And I like that answer because it doesn't even need to assume the existence of anything. Because even if all of this was some kind of illusion, there's still a story taking part, and that narrative is beautiful. And thank you, Stephen, for your 10 tiny tinies. Yippee! You share that it was created as a sort of school/college we must pass before heading on to our next destination. I like that, and there's certainly lots to learn here, that's for sure. And thank you to Jarrett for being so generous as always, and gifting a sub to Riley, Slytherin Queen Bee, Daphne, Joven Kapos, Hand Sign. Always happy to be in service to all of you, and I hope you share my gratitude towards Jared for, I guess, giving you some stickers to play with and for allowing me to be of service to you. But that's always your choice. And thank you, Dagmata, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Andrew Tyson, you ask, I'm going to minimize the question of the day now. Is college important? I believe that learning is important, but how you learn is unimportant, or less important than the learning itself. And thank you everyone for entertaining my question of the day. Today was certainly a big one, so I'm very grateful for exploring this inquiry with all of you. So before we go, let us read from another section of Roar of the Ganges, a book gifted to us by Sky Guardian. The book is written by Swami Taratmanandaji, of whom this book is about, and has also signed the book for me. And I love the way he's done a handwritten Om sign. I've never seen that before, but with prayers and best wishes. I share this not to brag, but actually to share with all of you, because he has explicitly given his blessings for me to read this to all of you. And, I asked him if I should encourage you all purchasing the book, because it's like I'm giving a free audiobook and I don't want to take away, even though I know money is secondary to spirituality and blah 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 blah. And he said, no, you don't have to do any of that, because I will be making the full book free as a PDF soon. So there you go. All you have to do is be patient. Nonetheless, until then, of course you are welcome to support Swamiji anyway. As the protagonist of this book, well, before he was known as a Swami, he was Mark, a computer engineer from America, newlywed and newly divorced, came over to India to study at the banks of the Ganges, a very spiritual river in North India, a city called Rishikesh, by the foothills of the Himalayas, to renounce his worldly life and become a spiritual seeker officially. Get to don the orange robes of being a Swami. My train of thought was suddenly snapped by commotion in the room. The class was over. Students rose to their feet and filed out. He was sitting in a chanting class as taught by another Swami, his friend named Swami Prakash. A chanting class on the Bhagavad Gita, although it sounds like he was daydreaming, given that we haven't actually been talking about the chanting class until now, and now it's over. Swami Prakash waited for me at the doorway. He pulled me aside and said, "You are not chanting, Mark. Are you feeling all right?" "I'm sorry, Swamiji. I feel fine, but I was a little distracted." He smiled slyly. "I think I know why you are so distracted." "You do?" I responded, not grasping his implication. "Yes, indeed. Yesterday, Brahmachari Vijay told me the reason for your visit to the ashram. You will be initiated as a sannyasi, isn't it?" "Yes, Swamiji. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. I meant to, but we were interrupted." "No, it's quite all right. Besides, we do not talk casually about such things. When will you be initiated?" "Next week, after Swami Dayananda arrives." "Very good," he said, giving me a fatherly pat on the shoulder. "I am pleased to know that we will have another American sannyasi. Let us sit together soon and talk about it." And because I didn't realize we were just at the end of that chapter, let's just begin the first little bit of the next chapter, titled Two Travelers. Since Rishikesh is within driving distance of New Delhi, some Delhiites come regularly to the Swami Dayananda ashram for weekend spiritual retreats. A few stay longer than a weekend. One of those was Raj, a short, rotund bank executive from one of New Delhi's posh southern suburbs. Although Raj arrived yesterday, we had no opportunity to chat until today. After breakfast, we found ourselves sitting together on a bench enjoying the splendid view of the Ganges and mountains, illumined by morning sun. Our conversation began ordinary enough, with the usual inquiries about where I was from, why I came to India, and how I met Swami Dayananda. But our discussion soon developed into something resembling a debate. Raj said with a slightly patronizing tone, "All our Hindu beliefs must have seemed very strange to you. What made you change your religion? Why did you convert to Hinduism?" These questions made me uneasy. I did not like the implication that my spiritual path was simply a matter of exchanging one set of beliefs for another, nor was I comfortable with his assumption that I had undergone some kind of religious conversion. Raj smoothed down the few straggly hairs remaining on his balding head, waiting for me to reply. "To tell you the truth, I never converted to Hinduism." His bushy eyebrows arched. "No? In fact," I continued, "the very idea of religious conversion makes me suspicious. If someone gives up their old beliefs and subscribes to new ones, then what would prevent them from giving up their new beliefs and going for something else? If religious conversion means changing your beliefs like changing your clothes, I don't see any value in it." Puzzled, he said, "But you were previously Christian, were you not?" I nodded in assent. "That proves it," he declared triumphantly. "You converted from being Christian to being Hindu." I tried to ignore the smugness in his voice. "It seems a lot more complex than that," I suggested. "Maybe it would be better to say, I'm neither Christian nor Hindu." "Take care, Gina." "What do you mean?" We usually use the words Christianity and Hinduism to refer to a system of belief, Christian beliefs and Hindu beliefs. I cannot accept most Christian beliefs, but I cannot accept everything that Hindus believe either. But you have told me you are a student of Swami Dayananda and have studied Vedanta and Sanskrit for many years. So how can you not believe? Surely you must accept reincarnation and karma as being absolutely true, don't you? No, I said provocatively. What? He thundered. Didn't you study the theory of karma? Didn't you study the verses in the Bhagavad Gita that explain reincarnation? Let me explain, I said, pausing for a moment for Raj to calm down. Of course I studied the Gita and the theory of karma. I thoroughly understand the principles of reincarnation, but I cannot accept all that as pure fact, as absolute truth. In the same way, I don't accept the Christian notion of eternal heaven and hell as being true. Then what beliefs do you accept as true? None, I replied. Nothing? Raj exclaimed. I don't accept any beliefs as being true. Whatever happens to us after we die is a matter of belief, not a matter of knowledge or truth. Rebirth cannot be proved or disproved. There's no way to find out, no way to personally verify it. So how can we say one belief is true and another is false? To me, the Hindu concept of reincarnation and the Christian doctrine of eternal heaven and hell are simply two of many possible beliefs. I don't accept either of them as true. The theory of korma, chicken korma. I like that, Brad. I am not satisfied with beliefs. I want to understand, to know. That's why I am attracted to Vedanta. I like the Jamaican saying that to believe is to doubt. But when you know, there is no need to believe. Vedanta teaches that when the body dies, the true self, Atma, remains unaffected, unchanged. If Vedanta can help me discover this truth about myself, then where is the need for any beliefs about what happens after we die? But then, Raj interrupted, you admit that you believe in the immortality of the Atma, the self. No, I don't believe in Atma's immortality. The nature of Atma is not a matter of belief. It's a matter of knowledge. There's a huge difference between knowledge and belief. Now it seems like this conversation goes on for a while. So let us explore more in depth of the beautiful intricacies of their debate tomorrow. But I think that's a good place to stop, on there being a huge difference between knowledge and belief. So, in some sense, knowledge is superior to belief when it is directly experienced without relying on any authority or room for uncertainty. Is such a thing even possible? Powerful thing to think about. Don't think too hard about it. But I thank you all for listening with me. And I thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read, such as Eva Marie. I see that you subscribed as we do our daily sanghas. I look forward to being of any service I can to you. Radhe Radhe. And Judy, Thank you for your hand hearts and 11 roses and finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Haley Queen, for your rosa. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Onar Sonar. Good morning. And thank you, Ava Marie, for your star. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. And Isabella, thank you for your trio of tiny tinies. Nyam, 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 nyam. Vicky Lynn, you ask, where am I located? And am I a student? I am located in the universe. And I'm a student of the universe. No, not a good answer for you. Although it's accurate. I live on the west coast of Canada. And I was a student, but I dropped out to focus on my mental health and my relationship with my friends and family. And thank you, this guy, for your rose and finger heart. Radhe, oh Radhe. Freaking Sam Armstrong. Haven't seen you in a while, my friend. And yeah, as what does adding a G to the end of a word mean? You've noticed I use it sometimes, yes, in both Taratmananda Ji and Swami Ji. I guess it's like the san prefix in Japanese. I could call you Gregor-san. It's a kind of term of endearment. You could say respect, but that might convey an idea of authority. But it's a voluntary kind of endearment or respect. It's a cute little syllable we can add at the end to show that we look up to them. In fact, I could call you G, Gregor G, and I might just do so. In fact, I've been very much lacking in my opportunity to call you all G. I'll have to remind myself to do that. Chris Owens, you shared that you've been up all night listening to me. No regrets. Aw. Well, I do hope you get some rest. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Joanna, for your quintet of roses, your cloud bread, and your ice cream cone. Radhe, Radhe. And for the sake of Chris Owens, maybe we should all go to bed, or at the very least I can end our lives so you have no choice but to get some rest. And thank you, little wing Nico, for your rose, finger heart, and another tiny tiny. Yippee! And Tatvamasi, thank you for your 5 roses. And waste of time, thank you for your hand heart. As always, I will be uploading the recording of these live streams to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. There you can get the full experience atemporally, beyond time. And I've written a program that chapters it accordingly, even down to the minute. In fact, it works a little too well. I have to go in and delete some chapters because there's too many. The YouTube description gets filled up past the character limit, so I have to trim down some chapters, which is always a difficult decision. But there you can click on the exact timestamps to everything that's discussed. there's also my ASMR YouTube channel, Yamsox ASMR. Both of those YouTube channels, by the way, are linked in the link tree in my bio. So the first two links, there's a couple other links there if you want to explore, like frequently asked questions. But back to the ASMR channel, there we've been reading through the Bhagavad Gita, since we reference it so often. In fact, practically everyone does. In the book that we were reading, Swamiji references this book also. It is a must-read for all spiritual seekers, in my opinion. So we've been reading it whispered, with rain sounds in the background, one chapter at a time. I've also recorded a talking you down from a panic attack video, which is also on the ASMR channel. That might be of use to you if you experience anxiety or panic or existential dread. I know that I certainly have in my life, so I hope it is of any use to you. And I'm looking forward to do some guided meditations and a chanting tutorial on the ASMR channel as well. So it'll be a whole channel dedicated to relaxation from a spiritual point of view and affirmation, validation. Currently, Sky Guardian, one of our Sanghis, has taken the Herculean task up of clipping exactly when we have been reading. And he's been sending me the clips to upload to a dedicated playlist, also on the Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. So in case you just want to listen to the reading, since I know a lot of you like them, but maybe don't want to navigate to them, or if you just want to quickly access the context of last day's reading, we can thank Sky Guardian for clipping all of them for me. And those are all my advertisements, except for the tiny which is a toque, as we say in Canada, that says yippee. Our mascot. This is something that you can have if you ever want to get something in return for supporting me. There's a good opportunity there for you. The link tree in my bio has a store section. There's that, or there's 2 pairs of socks you could have. Yamsox in black or white. Maybe I can expand on that at a future time. And thank you, Little Wing Nico, for your tiny. Yippee! May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, one form of the divine feminine and masculine. And I thank you all for being here today. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyama, Radhe Shyama, Shyama Shyama, Radhe Radhe. Thank you for being here, Dansuela. Always grateful for my moderators, although I have noticed that there has been less of a need to moderate these past few weeks, which is a good thing. But I thank you nonetheless. Mermander, you want a plush yam? You know, I'm not sure if the store has that as an opportunity for me to pursue, but I can certainly check on behalf of you. Thank you, Gady. for your rose. Radhi, Radhi. And Haley Queen, thank you for your rosa. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment.